The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by Sanjay Mittal from Richmond, translator Satish Korpe from Alexandria, the narrator from the Indian American Forum for Political Education in Alexandria, Virginia.
Good morning. I'm Satish Korpe. I'll narrate the prayer and Sanjay Mittal will translate it for you. This is about a 6,000-year-old prayer from the Vedas, and it is non-denominational because there weren't too many denominations that time. Om Bhur-Bhuvah Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonaha Prachodayat.
Om is the giver of life, the dispeller of miseries, and bestower of happiness. We should meditate upon him, the creator of the universe, the most acceptable and the most knowledgeable God. May he inspire us and guide our intellects to do good.
Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, sarve santu niramayaha, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukh bhag bhavet.
May one and all be happy and in comfort. May one and all be happy and in good health. May one and all do well and be happy. May one and all be blissfully free from anxiety, want, and suffering.
Asato mam sadagamaya, tamso mam jyotirgamaya, mrutyor mam amrutam gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
O Supreme Spirit, lead us from untruth to truth. Lead us from darkness to light. Lead us from death to immortality.
Om. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahatejasvina Vadhitamastu Mam Vidvisha Vahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
O God, let us all unite and protect ourselves. Let us render service to others, and let our studies be beneficial and effective. Let there be no hatred among us. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you.
Amen.
The clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance, please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Wednesday, March 7, 2018.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The reading of the journal is waived. Clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, noes 6. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Clerk, report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes the time in the morning hour where we have the privilege and pleasure of welcoming our distinguished guests here in the Senate gallery. I would give my daily friendly reminder about how this process will proceed. A senator will stand up and introduce an individual or group. I will then extend the warm welcome of the Senate, and we will all clap together at the end at once. And I'd like to begin by calling on the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Yes. Thank you, sir. I have some introductions, and the first one is a constituent of mine who gave the beautiful 6,000-year-old Hindu prayer from the Veda today, and that's Mr. Satish Korpe. Mr. Korpe is joined by his wife, Sheila Korpe, and his son, Monty Korpe.
Senator, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think they're still making their way up because I can see them in the hallway. So you want to come back so they can be in place?
Thank you.
I think they'll be up, and we'll come back to you. Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, joining us today in the gallery is the family of the late civil rights activist and former mayor of Hopewell, Reverend Dr. Curtis Harris. His family is represented today by his daughter, Joanne Lucas, and her daughter, Crystal Lewis, his granddaughter, Curtis W. Harris, Jr., his son, and daughter-in-law, Anita Harris, his son, Kenneth Harris, Sr., and his daughter-in-law, Renata Harris, his daughter, Karen Bradford, and his son-in-law, Donald Bradford, his daughter, Michelle Pritchett, and son, Michael Harris. And they are accompanied by none other than the mayor of Hopewell, the Honorable Jackie Shornack, the vice mayor of Hopewell, the Honorable Jasmine Gore, the city manager, John March Altman, director of intergovernmental and public affairs, Herbert Bragg, and city council members, the Honorable Janice Denton, the Honorable Tony Zevgolas, and the Honorable Christina Lumen Bailey. The Harris family and Hopewell officials are joining us today in recognizing Senate Joint Resolution 105 that was passed unanimously by this body. Dr. Harris' work began in the early 1950s, coinciding with his election to the office of president of the Hopewell chapter of the NAACP. Dr. Harris would later be jailed for his role in a sit-in to desegregate a drugstore in Hopewell 10 years later. In the face of adversity, he would rise to become a member of the National Southern Christian Leadership Conference's Board of Directors, to later join forces with Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. His stride toward enacting justice would have him arrested 13 times over the course of his civil rights career. Moreover, his belief in the need for change would lead to him running for the mayor of Hopewell 7 times before becoming Hopewell's African-American mayor in 1998. I could say that this might be a little bit prophetic because, 7 is a perfect number, and he was a preacher as well. So I would say to you, Mr. President, please extend the warm welcome of the Senate to the family and the officials that loved him dearly who all came out, the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the senator. Would the guests and family of Reverend Dr. Curtis Harris in the gallery please rise if you're able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. We are honored by your presence and honored by the legacy that we are celebrating here today of Dr. Harris. And the senator from Petersburg was so eloquent in expounding on what Dr. Harris has meant, not only to Hopewell and the Commonwealth of Virginia, but really to this country, his leadership in civil rights and opening up doors for so many people across the spectrum. And certainly we would not be the Commonwealth we are without great leaders like Dr. Harris and the family that supports him. And also want to recognize the leadership from Hopewell. Thank you all so much for what you're doing to continue that legacy and to make Hopewell a special place to live. So I join the senator from Petersburg and everyone here and asking everyone to please join me in giving the warm welcome of the Senate to the family, guests, leaders from Hopewell, and the friends of Dr. Harris. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan. I think we're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I rise again for introductions of some distinguished leaders in the Indian American community.
Senator, you have the floor.
Including those who led us in the prayer today. Mr. Satish Korpe, my constituent, led the 6,000-year-old Hindu prayer from the Veda in the ancient Sanskrit. And he's joined by his wife, Sheil Korpe, and his son, Monty Korpe. And the prayer was translated by Mr. Sanjay Mittal. Mr. Mittal actually resides in Senator Donovan's district, and his wife, Sunita Gupta, is on the board, I believe, of the Virginia Museum of Science. And then we're also joined by Ms. Sanisha Singh, who's the current chair of the Indian American Forum for Political Education. And I would ask that you give a warm welcome to our distinguished guests from the Indian American community.
I thank the Senator. With Sanjay Mittal, Satish Korpe, and our friends from the Indian American Forum for Political Education, please rise in the gallery if you're able. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Thank you for that really lovely and beautiful ancient prayer. It, I think, got us off to the right foot and in the right frame of mind to work together to better the lives of everyone. And thank you for your leadership here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You've been incredibly active in civic life and helping us rise to the better angels of our nature. So we are grateful to each one of you. You are welcome here anytime as part of the Senate family, and would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our distinguished guests. Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would rise for an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
With us in the gallery today is Caleb Donka Moore, who has been an intern with us this session. He came to the United States from Ghana with his family when he was 16, and currently he is a junior at VCU studying biochemistry. He's been an important part of our team this year, and we appreciate all his hard work. I ask you to give him a warm welcome.
Thank the Senator. Would Caleb Donka Moore please rise in the gallery if you're able? Caleb, thank you so much for joining us here today. Thank you for your great work on behalf of Senator Ruff and really all Virginians. We appreciate your commitment to public service and also appreciate you working while you're at VCU, a great university, and studying biochemistry. So you really have a bright future ahead of you. You're part of the Senate family, and of course, welcome back here anytime. And would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to Caleb Donka Moore. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a few introductions.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to give a warm welcome to two individuals that certainly helped out a lot in my office this particular session. One is Chelsea Johnson. Chelsea is recently graduated. She's a native of Roanoke, Virginia, recently graduated from Old Dominion University with two majors, Mr. President, in criminal justice and sociology. She was very, very active at Old Dominion University. She's been involved in organizations such as the Peer Educator for Women's Center and serving as the secretary for the Pre-Law Association and representing transfer students as a transfer reserve seat for the Student Government Association. And she's also served as committee chair for administrative affairs. Serving on the Student Government Association at ODU is what piqued her interest in becoming part of our legislative process and one of the reasons why she's in my office today. Her long-term goal, and I tried to talk her out of this, but her long-term goal is to become an attorney, but she also desires to be much more. She's a bright young woman, and I'm sure, Mr. President, she has a very, very bright future in front of her. Also in my office this year was Jeff Chambliss. Jeff grew up in the city of Virginia Beach. He graduated from First Colonial High School and went on to Virginia Tech, did a couple of years in civil engineering. Had an opportunity in Denver to go get involved with a startup company, so he spent a few years with a startup company out in Denver. He's come back to Virginia, Mr. President, and intends to finish off his civil engineering degree at Tech in the fall. So I'd ask that you give Chelsea Johnson and Jeff Chambliss the warm welcome to the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would Chelsea Johnson and Jeff Chambliss please rise in the gallery if you're able? Chelsea and Jeff, thank you so much for joining us here today. Thank you for your work on behalf of Senator Wagner, Virginia Beach, and really all Virginians. We are so grateful to you for your time and your dedication and your commitment. And we're very lucky to have bright young minds like yours at work on our behalf. And proud of your accomplishments at ODU and at Virginia Tech. And I know that you will go on to do some great things in your lives and in your careers. You're part of the Senate family. You're welcome back here anytime. And I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our two distinguished guests. Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
And thank you. I have one more special introduction, Mr. President. And as you know, we've been around here. I've been here 27 years, and as long as I've been here, there always seems to be in the name Stolley running around, whether it's a Ken Stolley or Chris Stolley or Siobhan Stolley Donovan, or any number of pages that sat in the back row that have a Stolley last name. Or everywhere I turn around, Mr. President, there seems to be a Stolley. Somewhere there must be Stolley 1 that had started all of this Stolley plague that's plagued our Senate here for so many years. I'm pleased to introduce Ed Stolley, the father of all that mob, or the grandfather of all that mob. Ed is a 1952 graduate of the Naval Academy. He was a Navy test pilot. He was there in Vietnam on the River Patrol Force. If you're not familiar with the River Patrol Force, they were the part of the Navy that actually received bullets and delivered bullets very close up in Vietnam. He was an early IT engineer. He retired from the Navy, Mr. President, and as at home, he was an idle person. And when Ed's wife caught him alphabetizing the soup in the pantry, she called her sons and said, "Find something for this man to do." So, being the lawyers that they were, they had Ed read the law, Mr. President. He passed the bar in 1972. He's been an attorney ever since. He's the proud father of 6 parents and the cause of the plague of the Stolleys on the Senate of Virginia for many, many years, and I'm sure many, many years to come. So I'd ask that you give Ed Stolley, he's here with his friend Ginger Deemer, the warm welcome to the Senate.
Thank the Senator very much. Would Ed Stolley please rise in the gallery with your guest? Ed, thank you so much for joining us here today. This is a place that I'm sure is very familiar to you. As a senator from Virginia Beach mentioned, you have an incredible legacy, and your family has served the Commonwealth of Virginia in so many capacities, and we're grateful for that service, including of Senator Donovan, who's one of our wonderful colleagues here. But thank you for your service to this country, to this Commonwealth, for all that you've done, the example that you've set, and for building such a strong family that can be modeled by so many other people. So we are grateful to you, grateful to your family, grateful to your guests. And I would ask everyone, please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to Ed Stolley and his distinguished guests. I should mention Ian Stolley is one of our pages in the current class. That's right, that's right. So what you said holds true.
There are 2 kids in that Senate, 1 kid in the House. The Commonwealth Attorney.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to rise for the purposes of several introductions.
Senator has the floor.
Joining us today in the gallery is a dear friend of mine that I have not seen in 26 years until today. Mr. Paul Huffman is actually a fellow Hokie from Virginia Tech, and today I got the opportunity to meet his wife, Sarah, and joining them are their children, who are absolutely adorable. Abe, who is age 10, Ella, who is going to become president someday, is age 7, Gideon is age 4, and Esther is age 2. And I would also comment that Sarah probably needs some type of trophy for keeping her kids so well behaved during all these introductions. So I want to give a special shout out to her, and thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Senator. Would the Huffman family please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. I actually had the pleasure of getting to meet you prior to the session. You really do have a wonderful family, and echo the generous and kind and eloquent words of the Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase. I'm glad you all got to be reunited after all that time, and you do have beautiful kids. I got to meet them, and Ella, you will be president, so look forward to voting for you in the future. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for the example you've set. You're welcome here anytime, and I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to the Huffman family. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce in the Senate today some representatives of a wonderful organization named AMI Kids, whose sole mission for nearly 50 years has been helping at-risk youth and juvenile offenders find a better future. They currently have 44 programs in 9 states, helping more than 135,000 youth throughout their history. Here in Virginia, they have formally operated gender-specific programs for boys and girls, serving nearly 700 at-risk youth, and they currently partner with the Virginia Department of Juvenile Justice to coordinate a continuum of community-based services for more than 400 youth and their families to date in the eastern and southern regions of the Commonwealth. Mr. President, when I was associated with the Department of Juvenile Justice, they ran the best residential program we had. They had spectacular results for kids, and so I'm honored today to have them here with us. With us is Mr. Mike Thornton, President and CEO of AMI Kids Incorporated, and Ms. Cora Schaffert, Regional Director of AMI Kids Incorporated. And I would ask, Mr. President, that you give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would our friends from AMI Kids please rise in the gallery? Mike and Cora, thank you so much for joining us here today. Thank you for your leadership in such an important and critical area for all of us, really, for the Commonwealth of Virginia. We are grateful for the results that you're able to obtain to help our young people get back on the right track and live productive and wonderful lives down the road. And, of course, the Senator from Western Fairfax, who's an expert in this area and has obviously worked with you over time, is also very complimentary of the work that you have continued to do. So we are grateful for that work, grateful for your dedication and commitment, and look forward to many more years of working together with you. I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our distinguished guests from AMI Kids. Senator from Fauquier coming back. Okay. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator.
I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Today in the gallery, we're joined by one of our former pages from the class of 2009, Thomas Roberts. Thomas is currently living in Tyson's Corner. His mother, Anita, served as one of my legislative aides for many years. His father, Larry Roberts, is currently serving as your chief of staff, Mr. President.
I know
and
that
he
guy.
is with Thomas in the gallery. Thomas is also accompanied by his friend, Erica Touch, who is a pre-med student at Penn State University. Thomas has recently completed 2 years toward his accounting degree and is taking time off to explore web-based entrepreneurial activities and his interest in photography. I fondly remember Thomas because as a young boy, he spent time in what we officiously call my Reston office. Actually, it's the basement of my house. And I was recently reminded that his very first political event was attending one of my fundraisers at the home of Chuck and Linda Robb when he was 6 days old. So I hope you'll give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would Thomas Roberts, Erica Touch, and Larry Roberts please rise in the gallery? Yes, you deserve 2 standing ovations, so we'll get you another one. But Thomas and Erica, thank you so much for joining us here today in the Senate. We're so grateful to have your presence. And obviously, Thomas, we know you come from incredibly great stock. Your dad is one of my favorite people in the world and has been a great leader here in Virginia for many, many years. Erica, we have had the pleasure of getting to know you, and you're brilliant. And go Nittany Lions at Penn State, and look forward to great things for you in medicine and in service going forward. Thomas, you are a page here, so this is a very familiar place to you, and you've gone on to do some great things and really have a brilliant mind and a great future, and we love your dad very much. And so I would ask everybody to please join me in agreeing with the eloquent, generous words of the Senator from Northern Fairfax and giving the warmest welcome of the Senate, Thomas Roberts, Erica Touch, and Larry Roberts. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Thank the Senator. Good morning to you.
I rise for purposes of an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
I was having a snack and did not realize that the person I've been waiting for all morning was actually here in the gallery. His name is Cyrus Johnson, and he is an enthusiastic young man that I had the occasion to visit with recently when I was at home in a local business location, and I was met with such exuberance and enthusiasm that I encouraged him, please, if he could, before the Senate session was over, to come down and visit. And it is rare that people actually take me up on that, and he did. He is here today, and hopefully he'll get a tour. He'll get to visit in my office and maybe get to watch a little bit of some action on the floor. He is currently majoring in political science, and he would like to go into public service one day. He's 18 years old, and he is currently going to community college, but looks forward to transferring this fall. After that, he would like to go to law school, and he'd like to go to Columbia. One of his goals is to work on education. He'd like to work on immigration. He'd like to encourage young people to get more involved and to vote. And so with that, I would ask that you please extend to Cyrus Johnson, who is an eager, young, smart gentleman who wishes to do, I hope, what we do one day. And I would ask that you please extend to him the very warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the senator. With Cyrus Johnson, please rise in the gallery if you're able. Cyrus, thank you so much for being here today. That's high praise from our dear Senator Vogel for you, and so you should be very, very proud of that. We are grateful that you took the time to be here and know that you have an incredibly bright future studying poli-sci right now, and you will go on to law school and do great things. I'm a Columbia grad myself, so happy to give you any help or any tips on that front. But keep going, work hard, dream big, and really great things will happen. And thank you for your follow-through. So we echo the generous and eloquent words of the senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel, and ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to Cyrus Johnson. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today we have members of the team of Common Ground Williamsburg with us today, and they are committed to nurturing community, solidarity, inspiration, and action. And, Mr. President, they are actively engaged, getting people involved, and I love the number one thing they believe. Good government requires engagement, civility, integrity, and respect. Things that we all believe in here, things that we try to emulate every day. So this group of folks tries to get everyone involved and believes in equality for all and protecting the environment. Mr. President, I hope that you and the members will give a warm welcome to the Senate.
I thank the senator. But our friends from Common Ground Williamsburg, you're already standing in the gallery. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Thank you for your leadership in Williamsburg, but also in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We are grateful to have citizens who are engaged thoughtfully in the ways that you are and who lift up our highest values around respect and civility and intelligence and working together. So thank you for renewing that spirit here in Virginia. We hope to emulate that here in the Senate and in the Capitol. And you're welcome back here anytime. And I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends from Common Ground Williamsburg. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Take a moment to introduce in the gallery today. We have my intern for this semester, Monty Giles, who is a participant in the Virginia Capital Semester Program at VCU, and he is studying to one day be a teacher, one of all of us know we need much more of. While in my office, he's done research on bills, tracking and analyzing data from responses from constituents. Has helped with a huge amount of information and constituent correspondence over the last 60 days. And as many of you know, we just simply can't do it with the volume we have without folks like Monty Giles. So, Mr. President, I ask you to give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the senator. Would Monty Giles please rise in the gallery? Monty, thank you so much for joining us here today, and thank you also for the work that you have done throughout this session to help Senator McPike in his great work, but also to help all of us and to make our Senate function properly and also to make sure that we're doing the best work that we can do on behalf of all Virginians. We're grateful for your commitment, for your leadership, the sacrifice of time that you make. We know you're a student at VCU, and go Rams, but we really are very lucky to have a bright mind like yours with us. So I would ask everybody to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to Monty Giles. Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, joining us today in the gallery, we have the family of the late Buckner Gamby, his son, Alvin K. Gamby Sr., and daughter-in-law, Sharon Gamby. They are visiting us today in recognition of the efforts of their loved one memorialized in the State Joint Resolution 84 by this body. Professor Emeritus Buckner Gamby Jr. adorned many titles over his lifetime as a world-renowned pianist, composer, church musician, and music educator. His educational pursuits would lead him to travel to Germany, Austria, and Switzerland as one of a duo piano team that would establish him as an internationally recognized concert pianist. In 1962, Mr. Gamby would join Virginia State University, serving as Associate Professor of Music for over 3 decades, and would serve as an educator at Virginia State University until retiring in 1992. Following his retirement, he would go on to co-found the Petersburg Boys Choir. Under his direction, the choir would perform for governors and various dignitaries throughout Virginia, Maryland, and North Carolina, boasting outstanding musical alumni as a result of Mr. Gamby's training and leadership. Mr. President, I ask that you would extend to the Gamby family the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would the family of Buckner Gamby Jr. please rise in the gallery if you're able. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. It's a beautiful family and a beautiful legacy that Mr. Gamby left for all of us, and we're grateful that you shared his life with each one of us here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And as the senator from Petersburg so eloquently said, he lived a wonderful life, had many accomplishments, but he shared with others, which I think is one of the greatest legacies that you can ever leave. So we are proud of his affiliation with Virginia State University. Go Trojans. And also appreciate how your family continues to carry on that great legacy here in Virginia. So I would ask everybody to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to the family of Buckner Gamby. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any other business to come before the Senate in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 13 of House Joint Resolution number 11, the scheduling resolution, I move that the Senate do now suspend the special and continuing joint order relating to judicial elections until Friday, March 9, 2018.
Thank the Senator. Question is, pursuant to Rule 13 of House Joint Resolution 11, the scheduling resolution, shall the Senate suspend the special and continuing joint order relating to judicial elections until Friday, March 9, 2018? All in favor will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The special and continuing joint resolution, joint order is suspended until Friday, March 9, 2018. Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to request unanimous consent since I'm past the deadline and to suspend the rules to exceed my limit to introduce a joint resolution memorializing Neil November, who was a significant philanthropist here in the city of Richmond, whose reach was far-reaching across the Commonwealth, who passed away earlier this week. And I ask that we, for unanimous consent and to suspend the rules to allow a joint resolution in his honor.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate grant consent and suspend the rules to introduce a joint resolution? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The consent of the Senate is granted and the rules are suspended to introduce the joint resolution.
Senate calendar for Thursday, March 8, 2018. Page 3, House Bill 188, we have a conference committee report.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move now that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, the conference committee report basically on House Bill 188, which is similar to my Senate bill, which allows for the substantial reduction of sentence post-conviction where there has been substantial assistance to the prosecution. We had an amendment on the floor. We had an amendment here in the Senate. The House has acceded to our amendment. They admitted that ours is better, and therefore this should be adopted because ours is better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 5, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 486.
This would normally be the junior senator from Virginia Beach. Does anybody else want to field this?
Mr. President, can that go by temporarily?
I respectfully ask you temporarily pass by that bill.
Without objection, be passed by temporarily.
On page 9, Conference Committee Report on 1142.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, we actually did not accept the House or the Senate amendments. What we did was amend new amendments on the House bill, which clarify that if a fiduciary qualifies before a court and there are no assets under the $25,000 limit, they still have to post a bond, but it doesn't have to have surgery. With that, I mean, surety. So with that, I'd move that we adopt the conference committee report. Surgery.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Returning to page 5 of the calendar, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 486.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Staff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the conference report.
Thank the Senator. You will speak to the motion?
Speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
So what this had done was, originally on this bill, they had granted to a specific farmhouse the ability to do a mixed beverage license. Well, they actually did it to the wrong farmhouse. So instead of taking that away, in the conference report, what we did was we added the other one to it so we wouldn't be taking anything away that we had already provided once we'd given something. So that's what this did. Everybody's happy with it now, and it's a wonderful bill. And with that, I move we pass the conference report.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Turning to page 16, Unfinished Business House. House Bill 3. The House has rejected the Senate substitute with amendment.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our amendment and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
House Bill 220, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we insist on our our amendments and ask for a request a committee and conference.
Substitute?
Substitute, sure.
Thanks, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
House Bill 640. The House rejects the Senate amendment.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. With regard to HB 640, I now insist on the Senate amendment and request a committee and conference on this bill.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0. Rule 36-3.
Ayes 37, no 0. Rule 36-3.
House Bill 661. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
House Bill 709. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we insist on the Senate amendment and request a committee of conference with regard to HB 709.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
House Bill 1125. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our amendment and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
House Bill 1297. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
House Bill 153. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate on House Bill 153 is named by the Chairman of General Laws and Technology, Senator Ruff, or Senators Stanley, Reeves, and Mason. House Bill 483. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate on House Bill 483 is named by the Chairman of Courts of Justice, Senator Obenshain, or Senators Obenshain, Howell, and Stanley. House Bill 571. The House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate on House Bill 571 is named by the Chairman of General Laws and Technology, Senator Reeves, of Senators Surville, Cosgrove, and McDougal. House Bill 757. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conference members on excuse me. Senate conferees on House Bill 757 is named by the Chairman of Courts of Justice, Senator Obenshain, or Senators Cosgrove, Spruill, and Obenshain. House Bill 763. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate on House Bill 763 is named by the co-chairs of Finance, Senators Norman and Hanger, or Senators Hanger, Norman, and Howell. House Bill 824, the House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. On House Bill 824, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of General Laws and Technology, Senator Ruff, or Senators Destuff, Wagner, and Deeds. House Bill 1010. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference on House Bill 1010. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of Finance, Senators Norman and Hanger, or Senators Norman, Carrico, and Surville. House Bill 1351. The House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference on House Bill 1351. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Courts of Justice, Senator Obenshain, or Senator Stewart, Obenshain, and Deeds. House Bill 1539. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate on House Bill 1539 is named by the co-chairs of Finance, Senators Norman and Hanger, or Senators Saslaw, Norman, and Wagner. On House Bill 889, the House has ruled the Senate substitute is not germane.
House Bill 889 is not properly before the Senate. The chair directs the clerk to return House Bill 889 with its substitute to the House of Delegates.
Page 32, unfinished business, Senate. Senate Bill 35 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject the House substitute, I now move that we concur with the House substitute and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, Senate Bill 35 is exactly what Collins's bill was, Delegate Collins, where they then rejected the House substitute and accepted what we had done. So therefore, like I said before, we're right, and they're going to find out we're right. So with the recommendation that we reject the House substitute, I move now that we concur with the House substitute.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Senate Bill 36 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. With regard to Senate Bill 36, I now move that we concur with the House substitute. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, you may know that you have voted on this bill 5 years. We finally reached an agreement in the House side wherein we reduced, and we reached a deal also with the Sheriff's Association and everybody else. We worked together where it would be 45 days, and we'd leave in the work requirement for those weekend jail opportunities for those that may be convicted of nonviolent felonies. So therefore, if they had an active jail sentence of 45 days or less, they could be put on weekend jail time so long as they were pursuing or keeping their working opportunities going and their employment going. So, and of course, it also has to have the consent of the Commonwealth. So based on those explanations, I now move that we concur with the House substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Senate Bill 47 has passed the House with amendment.
Senior Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House amendments. And speaking briefly to that,
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill dealing with female genital mutilation and the penalties associated with that. The Senate Finance Committee did place money in the budget for it, and the House also did. And so all that this does really is it takes the contingency off because it is funded by the budgets of either body. So I, again, urge that we concur with the House amendments.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover? Senator McDougall rise.
Mr. President, rising to speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, there are a number of bills on the calendar today that deal with the financial contingency clause, and as we are working through, there are three. This on the unfinished business Senate part of the calendar, for which there have been agreements about what would be in the budget, and this is the first of the three. And Mr. President, so I join in the Senator from Loudoun's motion that we accept the House amendments and will speak to the other two at the appropriate time.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Senate Bill 73 is passed the House with amendment.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House amendment. We have put the same amendment on my bill, so they are identical between the House and the Senate versions. What this does is it requires no more than 42 feet between axles. It distributes the weight of a truck that may be carrying up to 90,000 pounds. Doing this amendment gives VDOT while they withdraw their objection, with this particular amendment, there is no fiscal impact. So I move that we accept the amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Senate Bill 101 is passed the House with a substitute.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the House substitute and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 101 was the omnibus family life education legislation that combined my original bill, one from the gentleman senator from Eastern Fairfax and one from the junior senator from Loudoun. That bill did three things. The other chamber was only willing to do 1.5. So what this bill does is adds, with permissive language, the language dealing with avoiding child abuse, child exploitation, which is known as Aaron's Law, named after an advocate and former child abuse survivor. And they added to current language dealing with how to avoid sexual harassment, information on how to avoid sexual harassment by electronic means. That's as far as they were willing to go, so half a loaf is better than none.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Senate Bill 149 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate reject the House substitute. What the House did with regard to, this is the one you may recall dealing with non-smoking in certain areas of an outdoor amphitheater. And the House version placed in a different section of the code, which is fine, but they also put a delayed effective date. And I would ask that we reject the House substitute in order to get it in conference. So with that recommendation, I move that we accept the House substitute.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 4, noes 35.
Ayes 4, noes 35.
Senate Bill 150 is passed the House with a substitute.
Mr. President,
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
I move that we concur in the House substitute. This was the bill regarding how many of write-in candidates have to be reported by the Board of Elections within 1 week of the election. The original law provides that if there are 5% of the total number of votes cast or write-in candidates, they have to be reported within 1 week. The original bill said 20%. We compromised at 10%. The House agrees at 10%. But what the House did was also add that same percentage in another section of the code as a technical amendment to make sure that other section of the code conforms to this legislation. So with that explanation, I move that the body concur in the House substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Senate Bill 222 is passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the body concur in the amendments of the House. What this does is simply conform the earlier House bill that was reported out of this body a couple of days ago. It conforms this bill to what we've already approved with regard to a companion House bill. So with that explanation, I move that we concur in the House amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Senate Bill 247 has passed the House with an amendment.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Having voted on the prevailing side and by which we agreed to Senate Bill 150's conference committee report on page 34, can we reconsider that vote?
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the vote by which we agree to the substitute on Senate Bill 150 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, having explained the bill, I move that we concur in the House substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Senate Bill 247 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendment be agreed to. It was based on the clause, and I would ask the senator that's rising to explain that it's okay.
What purpose is Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal rise?
To speak to the motion, Mr.
Senator
President.
has the floor.
Mr. President, this is the second in line of bills. The senator from Petersburg is accurate. This included the clause. It is also included in the governor's introduced budget, the Senate budget, and the House budget. So as it's moved through the process, I would join in the senator's motion that we agree to the House amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Senate Bill 392 is passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House substitute. And
Senator, you have the floor.
Explaining the substitute from the House. This is a bill dealing with notice of service of petitions when there's a commitment hearing being held for a minor, basically it's 14 to 17-year-olds, service being provided on the parents of that minor. What the House substitute does is it provides that one of the two parents, if they're a two-parent family, that one of the two parents must receive service or must have been served, and a reasonable effort must have been made to serve the other one.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Senate Bill 426 is passed the House with amendment.
Junior Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Wexton.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the House amendment and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, as it went through the Senate and later the House, it was improved to no longer require the DCJS to expend resources. Instead, it just allows for them to better deploy the resources that they already have. So it has no fiscal impact. The House took the clause off of it. It no longer has a fiscal impact, and I would ask that we concur in that amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur? What person, Senator from Hanover? Senator
Mr. President, speaking to the motion.
The Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I misspoke when I said there were 3 bills. There are actually 4. This was the 4th bill. And, Mr. President, I would ask that the Senate agree with the motion to accept the House amendments. This did have a fiscal impact as it started out, but as it ends up now, it has none.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Senate Bill 526 is passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, with a recommendation that it be rejected, I move that we accept the House substitute. Speaking to this, there's a companion bill coming from the other body that actually has we've adopted the conference report in order to get this into shape and to conform it with the bill that's already passed and conference committee report that's been adopted. We need to reject the House substitute.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 2, noes 38.
Ayes 2, noes 38.
Senate Bill 539 has passed the House with a substitute with amendments.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House amendments and speak to that.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This bill, Senate Bill 539, we've seen before. It was a result of a year-long study that concluded last year, and we had a bill last year that was an omnibus bill that we moved through the Senate, and we didn't get agreement in the House after there were governor's amendments on it. This year we've moved to a consensus, I think with unanimous agreement, and what we've done after the bill left the Senate, we worked with the House to reduce the cost so that it could be absorbed with the Child Care Development Block Grant funds that are available to it. It provides a number of things that are good for the safety and care of our children. It clarifies the exempt daycare programs, child day programs. Those that aren't licensed under the provisions of this bill will now be required to maintain certain safety provisions, post licenses that notices that they are indeed unlicensed, a number of other factors that are included in this substitute that are for the safety and benefit of the care of children. So I hope it will be the pleasure of the Senate to adopt the amendments.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Senate Bill 580 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, Senate Bill 580, is another omnibus bill where several bills this year were rolled into dealing with data collection and initiatives that might be accomplished by tearing down the silos in state government. In concert with budget amendments, it also will eliminate the Secretary of Technology and move funds into the position of a Chief Data Officer. And it was the bills that were rolled into here included a bill from the senator from Southern Fairfax, Grayson, Henrico, and Roanoke City, all in this bill. This is a very controversial amendment, Mr. President, and I'm going to ask the body to accept it, but I'm going to explain that a bit. We have tried to draw a line, and I think there are a number of instances where we will reject House amendments where they change the membership of commissions and things that we're setting up. We are striving to have equal representation. There are a couple reasons why I would ask you to accept this, and I'll let the body conclude whether they want to do it or not. First, this pertains, they added an additional House member to this with this amendment that I'm asking you to accept to an advisory committee, which will be set up to basically advise us as we set up this new office and how things will work within that office. I've talked to the senator from Henrico. She's interested in additional changes, perhaps in terms of technical expertise that we may include on this. So we've been working with the administration on this to get that right. So I expect that we'll have some adjustments we'll want to make with governor's amendments later. Secondly, this particular advisory group will have to be made up of smart people, smart, intelligent people. And so my point would be that if it requires 3 members of the House of Delegates to reach the intelligent quotient of the Senate 2 members, so be it. So I would hope you would accept this amendment.
What purpose is Senator from James City County? Senator Norman rise.
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I've learned in this game of legislating that it is always challenging when you start carving out exceptions. Sometimes it is difficult to justify to others why perhaps things are treated differently. But I think that the senator makes a good argument that this is only an advisory committee. So I would emphasize it as advisory because the Senate is taking a very definitive position on the composition of commissions and studies that are other than advisory. And I will say very candidly that while I don't particularly embrace the approach on this individual bill, that sometimes when you're swimming in the pond, you just swallow a toad, sir.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Senate Bill 669 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Bass, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the House's amendment. What they did is catch a drafting error, so this bill will do now what it was intended to do, and I guess you can call this sort of an amendment declaratory in nature. I'd ask you to accept it.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Senate Bill 716 is passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Simply, this amendment just removes the clause. So I move that we accept it.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur? Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is the fourth bill that we're taking up in the unfinished business part of our calendar. It does remove the clause, and Mr. President, when the bill was originally introduced, it had some additional language regarding the fees that could be charged by the state police. With that language being removed, the clause is no longer necessary. So I join in the motion that we accept the House amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Senate Bill 971 is passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the House amendments with the recommendation that they be rejected. For the most part, the House amendments are inoffensive. However, the House saw fit in its infinite wisdom to attach a reenactment provision. I think it was maybe an inducement to provide some appropriate treatment to another bill, but it doesn't belong on this one. So I'd ask that we reject it.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Senate Bill 177.
Mr. President.
Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Pardon me, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, by which we rejected the House substitute on Senate Bill 35 on page 32, I now respectfully move that we reconsider that motion.
Question is, shall the vote by which the Senate rejected the House substitute for Senate Bill 35 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I move that we actually concur with the House substitute in speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, when I looked down at what I had done, I had made a mistake. And actually, the House Bill 188, which we passed, I know it's tough to even think that I might make a mistake, but it happens. I've been on a lot of medication. I'm feeling better. I didn't sleep well last night. But now these are actually what we just accepted, the conference report on House Bill 188. I looked, and they're exactly the same. So this is actually the good bill. And so I would now move that with the rejection, that we concur with the House substitute, that we concur with the House substitute. So that's like a green.
Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote?
Hey.
Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Returning to page 39, Senate Bill 177. The House insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
See if I can get this one right. Mr. President, I now move that we accede to the request for a committee and conference on Senate Bill 177.
Okay. Are you sure?
Hold on, let me look. Yes, I'm sure.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Senate conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 177 as named by the Chairman of General Laws and Technology, Senator Ruff, or Senator Stanley, Reeves, and Mason. Senate Bill 343, the House insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we accede to the House request and get this fine bill into conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede to a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 343 is named by the Chairman of Education and Health, Senator Newman, or Senators Peake, Donovan, and Barker.
There's an echo right there.
Senate Bill 349, the House insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, Mr. President. Again, I move that we accede to the House request and get this bill into conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 349 is named by the Chairman of Education and Health, Senator Newman, or Senators Peake, Newman, and Lucas. Turning to page 42, House Bill with Governor's recommendations, House Bill 1158.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the recommendations of the governor.
Thank the Senator. The question is, you want to speak to that, Senator?
Yes, sir. We heard this yesterday, I believe, on the Senate version of this. This is on the death certificate bill, and it's allowing out-of-state registration into the electronic system.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendation? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all the House bills on the third reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all House bills on pages 42 through 46, including House Bill 770 through House Bill 771, be placed on their final passage in the block after the adoption of any amendments. Any senator who may desire to remove a House bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall House bills on the uncontested calendar third reading, pages 42 through 46, House Bill 770 through House Bill 771, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 770, the committee substitute, has been adopted by the Senate. House Bill 165, the committee amendments have been adopted by the Senate, and there are 3 floor amendments.
Junior Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Wexton.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendments.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Junior Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Wexton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, and I will preface my remarks by saying that I have talked with the patron of this bill about the amendments, and he approves of them and is in favor of them. So this bill actually does some good stuff, because right now the Virginia Code only provides that when an institution of higher education lends to a student, that they are under the obligation to send it to collections if it goes past due. And what this bill does is it actually tries to provide some transparency and options for those institutions and for the students who are borrowing. So it does a couple good things. It requires that, number one, that there's a clear disclosure of the loan and repayment terms and the collection process. Number two, it establishes the process to notify borrowers when their account is going past due, so that they can, hopefully remedy situations before they get to collections. And number three, it allows these institutions for the first time to put loans in forbearance. All that stuff is fantastic. The problem with this bill, the way that it's written now, is in the last three lines, because in addition to the forbearance proceeding or procedure, there is really no notice provided to the borrower about what those terms are going to be, and it includes an increase in the percentage rate of the loan terms of up to CPI. So a borrower can be falling behind and then be placed in forbearance and not realize that, that their 4% loan is all of a sudden becoming a 6.1% loan. So what the amendments do is strike that language about the CPI, so there can be no unilateral increase in the interest rate being charged to these borrowers, and require that the lender, or the institution who is the lender in that instance, provide the borrower with information regarding the effect of a forbearance. In other words, how much of principal and interest is going to be reapplied to the principal, and the estimated total amount that will be owed upon the recommenced payments. So with those changes, as I said, the patron is in favor of it. It does what it is intended to do, and it will help protect a lot of our constituents. And I would ask that the amendments be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted.
House Bill 366, the committee amendments have been adopted by the Senate. House Bill 685, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the committee amendment? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
House Bill 764, the committee amendment has been adopted by the Senate. House Bill 1516, the Courts of Justice Committee substitute was rejected and the Finance Committee substitute was adopted. House Bill 771, the committee amendment has been adopted by the Senate.
The question is, shall the House bills pass?
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I'm going to respectfully ask that the following bills be passed by temporarily, sir. Starting on page 44, that would be House Bill 366, House Bill 685, going over to page 45, House Bill 764, going over to page 46, House Bill 1516, and House Bill 771.
Without objection, those bills will go by temporarily. Question is, shall the two remaining bills pass in a block? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 424, a bill relating to animal shelters administration of biological products. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Mr. President.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator
Mr.
Stanley.
President, can House Bill 424 go by for the day, please?
Without objection, House Bill 424 will go by for the day.
House Bill 345, a bill relating to the creation of the Special Assistant to the Governor for Coastal Adaptation and Protection.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, could that bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 345 will go by temporarily.
Memorial resolutions.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would respectfully move the memorial resolutions that are on page 48 be agreed to in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolution, with the understanding that any senator may remove a resolution from the block after the clerk has read the title of that resolution. And if you would take SJR 224 out of that block, please, sir.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the memorial resolutions on page 48, SJR 218 through SR 61, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution, all with the exception of SJR 224. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. Clerk will read the titles of the memorial resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 218, celebrating the life
from Virginia Beach, Senator D.
of the Honorable Harry Robert Perkey.
Mr. President, I'd like to take that out of the block.
Without objection, SJR 218 will be removed from the block.
Senate Joint Resolution 245, celebrating the life of Captain Paul F. Hollingsworth, Jr., United States Navy, retired. Senate Resolution 61, celebrating the life of Louis Edwin Graziano.
Mr. President.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can SR 61 go by for the day, please?
Without objection, SR 61 will go by for the day. Okay. The remaining resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Commending resolutions. Returning to page 48, Senate Joint Resolution 218.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Step.
Mr. President, I just wanted to speak for a minute on why I took that out of the block, and that was Bob Perkey was a very close friend of ours, the entire Senate, and I hope that we would, actually we've adjourned in his memory once. I don't know if we do that twice. But anyways, I just wanted to pull it out of the block, and he really was a special friend to this body as well as the body across the hall. Thank you very much.
Senator, wish to agree to that resolution at this time? Okay. SJR 218 will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 224.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I'd ask that be passed by for the day, sir.
Without objection, SJR 224 be passed by for the day.
Commending resolutions. Senate Resolution 59, commending Richard E. Hickman, Jr.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I move that we agree to the resolution. This is one of our staff analysts from the Finance Committee, Dick Hick, and we're going to want to pass that, and we'll recognize him later at an appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Resolution 59? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate agrees to Senate Resolution 59.
Senate Resolution 60, commending the Union High School football team.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we agree to the commending resolution. Union football team is a new school that merged in Southwest Virginia and was 13-1, coming up short in the state championship this year, and they deserve recognition for the play that they have had throughout the year.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Resolution 60? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate agrees to Senate Resolution 60.
Senate Resolution 62, commending the Virginia Aeronautical Historical Society.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move the resolution pass.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Resolution 62? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate agrees to Senate Resolution 62.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bass, Senator
Could we return to the morning hour for a brief second?
Without objection, return to the morning hour.
In the gallery, we're blessed with an appearance of the long-suffering Sharon Peterson, the wife of the ever-energetic and eager-to-fight Senator Peterson, who's sporting the Henry Howe button today, and I'd ask you to give her the warm greetings of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would Sharon Peterson please rise in the gallery? Sharon, thank you so much for being here today. It's really wonderful to see you. We are grateful to you and your beautiful family for all that you contribute here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You have some stellar kids that you've raised and Chap's helped a little bit with, but I'm sure you've taken the lead. But we are grateful for his service, and he's a wonderful dad, a great senator. I'm proud to be his constituent, and I'm proud to call you all friends of our family. So, Sharon, thank you for all that you contribute. You're brilliant in your own right and have a great career yourself, but we're grateful for everything that you do. And I would ask everybody, please, to join me to extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to Sharon Peterson. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended and HJR 460 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and HJR 460 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. The clerk will please read the title.
House Joint Resolution number 460, commending the Grundy Senior High School wrestling team.
Question is,
Mr.
I'm sorry, Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that HJR 460 be agreed to, commending the Grundy Senior High School wrestling team for claiming its 21st state title.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now ask that the Senate stand in recess until 12:30, and I would invite the Senate Republicans to join us in our normal prayer meeting, please.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, wish to be recognized? We're good today. The Senate will stand in recess until 12:30. Madam Clerk.
On page 44, House Bill 366.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
I think Senator McDougal.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would ask that all the bills in the remaining bills in the uncontested block on page 44 through 46, House Bill 366, 685, 764, 1516, and 771 go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bills 366, 685, 764, 1516, and 771 will go by for the day.
On page 47, regular calendar, House Bills on third reading, House Bill 345.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I would move that the bill pass and speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member of the Senate. This bill is identical to a bill dealing with the coastal special assistant to the governor that was proposed by both the House and Senate. The Senate bill has already been passed in his conference, so I would hope that we would pass this bill, which has the clause attached, so that later it could be put in conference as well.
Senator. What purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill is an important bill. Last year, I spoke against having a secretariat that was just going to be, for coastal resiliency. I thought that that was not the best way to go. This is what I advocated for last year, and this is what's been put forth both by Senator Lewis and the body down the hall. We've been told by the bond rating agencies that sea level rise is a concern to them and the way that they're going to adjudicate their decision on our bond ratings. I think this is going to go a long way in helping them. The Navy is very concerned about this, and this shows that the Commonwealth is serious about that. And I'm not talking about what's causing it. We just need to look at it and see what we can do about it. So I hope that we'll pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 345? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 345 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 11.
Ayes 28, noes 11. House Bill 345 passes. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise for a motion, and Mr. President, I'm going to move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged, we waive the first reading and take up for immediate consideration Senate Joint Resolution 246. And speaking to that, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this Senate Joint Resolution 246, it should be on the blue page that was just passed out in front of you. It extends the special session, the regular session of the legislature from the current date of March the 10th to April the 9th. And Mr. President, if this is agreed to and passed by the other body down the hall, then that would also move the reconvened session back to May the 16th. Mr. President, I'll remind the body that we have a requirement in our rules that unless waived by a supermajority vote, any budget has to be presented and available to the members and the public for 48 hours past the time when it is presented. We are now to a point where that is not possible to occur for Saturday. So this would keep the body in place, able to continue discussions on the budget and continue to work going forward.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Oh, I realize we're on second reading or third.
Mr. President.
On first reading.
I can wait.
Okay. Thanks, Senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged, and the first reading be waived, take up SJR 246 for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended. Committee on Rules discharged. The first reading is waived, and SJR 246 taken up for immediate consideration. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Senate Joint Resolution number 246, amending Rules 22 and 23 of House Joint Resolution number 11 of the 2018 regular session of the General Assembly of Virginia, relating to extending the regular session for an additional 30 days. This does not include pages.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Mr. President, speaking to the motion and to describe procedurally, and then we'll have a motion. Mr. President, the bill is before you, the resolution is before you on second reading. To answer the gentleman from Fairfax's question, if there was the desire for an amendment, now would be the appropriate time to do that. But absent that, I'm going to move that the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Question is, shall SJR 246 be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. SJR 246 is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, on third reading, I would move that the rules be suspended and we waive the third constitutional reading to Senate Joint Resolution 246.
Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading of SJR 246 be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is waived. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, finally, I would move that the resolution be agreed to.
For what purpose does Senior Senator from Fairfax rise?
Parliamentary inquiry. I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think the Constitution requires that to extend the session past the normal constitutionally prescribed session would require a two-thirds vote of the membership or two-thirds vote of those voting. Is that correct?
That is correct. Article 4, Section 6 of the Constitution requires two-thirds of the members elected to extend a session up to 30 days.
No.
What purpose does a senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville, rise?
Will gentleman yield for a question?
Senator yield.
Mr. President, I'd yield.
Senator yield to the floor.
Thank you. Are you going to give us an explanation as to why we need to do this other than the obvious?
Well,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm reminded of a hotel commercial by that statement with the captain. Mr. President, I would articulate to the gentleman and to the body what I just articulated. Right now, if a budget was agreed to this afternoon, we don't have the ability to actually hear it on Saturday. So if we're going to hear a budget in the regular session, we have to continue it past Saturday. This is the option to allow the conversations on the spending of the taxpayers' revenue for all Virginians to continue to occur in a regular session.
Will gentleman yield for another question?
Senator yield for another question.
I would yield, Mr.
Senator has the floor.
So I'm reading this resolution. I noticed that it says on between line 8 and 12 that we can consider bills returned by the governor, recommendations for amendment, items of appropriation bills in the General Appropriation Act, but it doesn't say anything about either judges, which sometimes I think when we go into overtime we consider judge elections. It doesn't say anything about that. Additionally, it also doesn't mention anything about bills that have fiscal impacts. I know there's a lot of bills out there that have these clauses on them that are linked to the budget negotiations, but the way this resolution seems constructed doesn't look to me like we can consider any of those bills that might be considered in the budget. And I was wondering whether that was the gentleman's intention.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman that you're looking at, we passed a procedural resolution that had a multitude of other rules. These are the two rules that specifically pull out the dates of when the session were. That's why they're the only two in this amended form going forward.
Well, gentlemen, you have another question?
Further question?
So,
will gentleman yield for further question?
Yes, Mr. President, I yield.
Senator's floor.
So would it be the gentleman's position then that we can't consider any of these bills with fiscal impacts? If we were to pass this, we couldn't consider any of these bills with fiscal impacts that are tied to the budget after Saturday.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would tell the gentleman this resolution is amending Rule 22 and Rule 23 of the procedural resolution that is currently in place. There are, and I'm sorry that my memory is not good enough to remember how many additional rules, but there are 30-some additional rules in that procedural resolution. This does not amend any of those. It's only, the only reason these two are even pulled out is because they're the only ones that have the final date. So the rest of the procedural resolution that this body voted on would still be in place. Those items do not change.
Okay, well, gentleman yield for a final question.
Senator yield.
Yes, I yield, Mr. President.
Senator's floor.
Okay, I'll go back and look at those rules. I could have swore there was some kind of a deadline to act on all bills that was contained in that, but I'll go back and look and check. I'm assuming you're saying there's not. But beyond that, is there a reason that the gentleman believes the more appropriate way to proceed would not be to simply adjourn sine die, proceed to a special session, reintroduce the budget and any bills that have fiscal impact like we did back in 2014?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman, I think I understand a little more of his question now. Under the current procedural resolution, if we were to take this approach, we would be able to deal with the items that are in conference. So any bills that go into conference would still be appropriately before the body. Bills that had not already been put in conference but were amended by one body or the other, those amendments could still be accepted. If they were rejected, then the bill would die. And if we continued forward with the judicial election that we've moved till tomorrow, you could move that to another date within that, or you could continue to take it up tomorrow. Mr. President, I would tell the body that if we were to adjourn sine die tomorrow, any bills that were in conference that had not been agreed to and voted on would then die. And typically in a special session, the only things that we take up are the budget bill, the revenue bill, and the appointment of judges, and no other items. So there would, unless they're introduced by unanimous consent, historically, Mr. President.
Gentlemen, I guess one more final question.
Senator yield.
I'm yielding, Mr. President.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Isn't it fair to say that if we chose to, we could adopt a resolution for the special session that would allow any bills that have fiscal impacts that are either in conference or haven't been decided yet that are linked to the budget in some way? We could also allow a procedural mechanism to consider those in the special session in addition to the budget if we chose to write it that way?
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman. If the gentleman wants to keep all those bills that are currently in conference alive and still in play for discussion, this is the only way to ensure that occurs. But one could write a resolution for special session that kept us here 365 days a year, working every day on anything we wanted to. Most of us probably would not vote for that.
I thank the gentleman.
And Senator, what purpose does a senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Would the senator from Hanover just yield for a question?
Senator yield for a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
The 48-hour requirement, I believe, is in the rules, not in the code. Is that correct, Mr. President? I'd ask the senator.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman that it is in the procedural resolution.
That's
so
correct.
it's not in the Senate rules, it's in the procedural resolution. So it requires a supermajority vote to override the procedural resolution, just like it takes that vote to adopt this resolution.
So that was the question I was going to ask. If, in fact, don't ask me how, they reached a budget agreement tonight, we could, knowing we had the budget, we could suspend that 48-hour requirement and flop it on the desk tomorrow. That's the way we did it until just a couple of years ago, ever since the General Assembly was in existence. And I'm sure Western civilization wouldn't come to an end if we did it that way again. Isn't that right?
The Senator has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I would answer the gentleman that I respect his status as a senior member and long-serving member of this body, certainly longer than I've been alive nor have recollection for. But, Mr. President, I would say that the approach that we have taken in the last number of years is to make sure that each of the members of this body and the public have the ability to look at the budget, know what's in the budget. This body in particular, the Senate, has gone to great lengths to make sure that all senators, regardless of whether you're Republican or Democrat or on the Finance Committee or not, have the ability to know on which you're voting instead of it just being plopped down on the desk. And I'd answer the gentleman that I know that that was a procedure that was historically employed, but I do not believe it to be the best procedure and certainly not the one most worthy of this Senate.
Mr. Another question.
Further question?
Is the senator from Hanover implying that the crowd that is in the Senate today is not as smart as the crowd that was here before he was born?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman that the 40 members of the Senate are substantially more informed than the members that were in this body before I was born.
Having observed both groups, I'm not sure I would want to bet my life on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Mr. President, inquiry of the chair, first of all. If, in fact, Senate Joint Resolution number 246 were to fail, would there be an opportunity to reintroduce a similar a similar resolution extending the session, or would it fall under the once having been considered rule and not be considered again?
It would be possible to introduce it again if it were to fail.
I'm sorry?
Yes, you could introduce it more than once.
We could do it a second time.
Correct.
Speaking to the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Senator has the floor.
Speaker, very confused today. Just to sort of maybe tee it up a little bit, there are several options to us. We can adjourn, sine die, and go home, and every bill that has not been acted on, that is not before the governor, will die, and that would include all budget bills. We could extend the session, which you have heard will take a 2/3 vote by both the House of Delegates and the Senate, and we can proscribe or prescribe whatever terms and conditions that we would like under the call of that extension. If the extension resolution is defeated, then the other option is to submit a resolution to go into a special session, which also requires 2/3 vote by both of the bodies to request the governor to call us into a special session. Please do not take this wrong. Sometimes you have to be careful about being too smart by half, because the procedures within that special resolution, that special session, can be dictated if you got enough votes. Okay? Just so we understand one another.
And whether or not we would make a decision hypothetically in a special session to elect judges, we could make that determination. Whether or not we make a determination if we wanted to carry over an election of somebody on the State Corporation Commission, where there are only 2 members right now, we could decide that. So we could decide a lot of things. And so there are 3 options that are out there. And so the senator from Hanover is extending the first option to the body, and I'm sure that a majority of it will act accordingly.
Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Joint Resolution 246? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 246 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The resolution fails. Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I've sent to the desk an additional Senate Joint Resolution, which I think will be number 247. Is that 247? And Mr. President, this resolution would be to extend the session not 30 days, but until Tuesday to allow the budget conversations to continue. But, Mr. President, I think the clerk's office is trying to copy that, so it might be a moment. But, yes. Mr. President, I would tell the body while they're going on, it would extend the session until Tuesday, and it would not change the date of the reconvened session because the general session would not go past Wednesday, which would require a change in that reconvened session.
Thank the Senator. The Senate will stand at ease temporarily. In order, the senators will please take their seats. Madam Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution number 247, amending Rule 22 of House Joint Resolution number 11 of the 2018 regular session of the General Assembly of Virginia, relating to extending the regular session for an additional 3 days.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, this is a more modest approach to the first one I presented, and I will move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged, and that we waive the first reading to take up for immediate consideration Senate Joint Resolution 247.
Question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules discharged, and the first reading be waived to take up for immediate consideration Senate Joint Resolution 247? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry, Senator. The clerk read the title.
Amending Rule 22 of House Joint Resolution number 11 of the 2018 regular session of the General Assembly of Virginia, relating to extending the regular session for an additional 3 days.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Joint Resolution 247 be engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 247 be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended and that we waive the third constitutional reading for Senate Joint Resolution 247.
Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading be waived for Senate Joint Resolution 247? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is waived. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Joint Resolution 247 be agreed to. And speaking to the motion,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, you'll see on the second blue page that's passed out, Joint Resolution 247. It only extends the adjournment day of the legislature from Saturday, March 10th to Tuesday, March 13th to give additional time for the budget conferees to continue their conversations. And I'll tell, Mr. President, I'll tell the body, on the previous resolution, you had an additional Rule 23 that was in place setting a new date for the reconvened or colloquially referred to veto session. But because this resolution only contemplates extension till Tuesday, it would not change that date. So that rule is not before you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
To ask a question of the senator from Hanover and perhaps even the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. And
will Senator yield for a question?
Yes,
I would yield.
I have been told repeatedly by people on both the Senate Finance Committee at the conferences and by the people down at the House that it is extremely unlikely that we would reach an agreement on the budget by until, at a minimum, I've been told April. I've been told this, April. With that in mind, what guarantee could you give me that under the existing rules we'd have an agreement on the budget by Sunday night when they've already announced they're not meeting again, the conferees?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, as the father of a 6-year-old, I've learned very quickly not to make promises for which I'm not 100% sure of the outcome. And this is one of those situations, Mr. President. I'm not willing to make any promises or commitments that we will have a budget by Sunday to be able to vote on Tuesday. But, Mr. President, I do believe this, that hope springs eternal, and as long as this body, the 40 of us are here, and the 100 down the hall, we still have the ability to continue those conversations and work diligently to try to come to a resolution. And Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman, I think that the Senate budget is a very good budget, one of the most conservative, reasonable, well-deliberated budgets that this body has produced, and I am eternally hopeful that our friends down the hall will get wisdom and enlightenment and come to our position. And Mr. President, as the co-chairman of Finance, who is certainly more pious than I am, Mr. President, always reminds me, Sunday is the time for miracles.
Mr.
Senator?
I have just one other question, but before I ask that, I simply say I'm just not much of a gambler, but I would like to ask the senator from Hanover, does he believe in Santa Claus?
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman and remind the gentleman I do have a 6-year-old, so the answer to that is yes, I do believe in Santa Claus. He lives at the North Pole.
One further.
And Mr. President, Santa Claus has elves, and they send a letter, and my little girl was on the nice list this year because I read it. Now, one of her friends was not, and she was very upset about that, but she didn't disagree with Santa Claus' recitation of that. Mr. President, this gives the members down the hall the ability to join the nice list. There's no harm that comes with passing this resolution. We can be here. We will spend a couple extra days. We'll get to be away from our children again for a weekend to try to hash this budget out. But it does nothing to harm the reconvened session and enables us to try to find those solutions.
Finally, I would like to ask,
Fairfax.
Believing this from what he just said, I would ask, is he in the market for perhaps a bridge?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, there is a dilapidated bridge in my district. It's called the Norris Bridge. And Mr. President, if the gentleman would love to fund a replacement of that, I will give him the opportunity. Introduced a budget amendment about that. I know he's a conferee, and I would be very happy for him to fund the replacement of the dilapidated Norris Bridge that runs from Middlesex to Lancaster.
I got one to sell him.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Joint Resolution 247? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Joint Resolution 247? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. Senate Joint Resolution 247 fails.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Unfortunately, anticipating that this might have been the response, I would ask that the clerks pass out Senate Joint Resolution 248.
Mr. President. Is it possible to go back to the morning hour for briefly while we're passing these up?
Yes, Senator, without objection. Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I rise for 2 introductions.
Senator has the floor.
Visiting us in the gallery today are 2 phenomenal women that just happen to be married to a couple of men that by marrying them, they married up. They married up, Mr. President.
Way up, right.
The men that married these women that are in this body married up because they married these 2 women. I got it straight, and just make sure you got it straight. The first of the two of these phenomenal women, I would have you look upwards and notice the brilliant smile of Mrs. Sharon McPike. She, in her own right, is a PR specialist for the United States Mint. She handles the money. She handles 3 beautiful children, and she handles my seatmate as well. John and her, the second phenomenal woman, I hope she's there, happens to be Dr. Serena Fairfax. She, too, is a phenomenal woman. And notice I didn't authorize them to move, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, I saw you gave them the okay, because I would not do that. I understand my place. But she, too, manages 2 children, a dental practice, and she manages Mr. President. She, too, is a phenomenal woman. And I would ask you, on behalf of us, and one more thing, would you believe that these 2 phenomenal women went to the same high school? They know each other.
They do indeed.
And would you please give them the warm welcome of the Senate?
I thank the senator. Would like to. You're getting a whole bunch of applause today. Thank you both for being here. We, of course, are so grateful for each one of you. I know that Senator McPike from Prince William is so grateful to you, Sharon, for you joining him in this journey and for the leadership that you show in your life and in your family. And thank you for everything that you do. I also want to thank my beautiful bride, the rock of our family, Dr. Serena Fairfax, who I love dearly and who I'm so grateful for and would not be here but for her love, encouragement, and support. She is a phenomenal woman. Sharon is a phenomenal woman. They both went to Woodbridge High School in Woodbridge, Virginia. They're Vikings, and Vikings are fierce, and so are both of them. And so on International Women's Day, we're so grateful to celebrate 2 amazing women, Sharon McPike and Dr. Serena Fairfax. The Senate will be at ease temporarily. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Madam Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution number 248, applying to the governor to call a special session and establishing a schedule for the conduct of business coming before such special session.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm going to make a motion on Senate Joint Resolution 248 in just a second, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, I would say that there are three approaches that we can take as we're trying to resolve the budget situation. One was to extend the regular session for 30 days and us continue to work on the budget, allowing additional discussions to occur while we're here in Richmond. Second was for a shorter period of time to allow us to continue to have those budget conversations through Tuesday, stick it out down here and work toward a solution. Those two options are no longer before us. So, Mr. President, this is the third option that I'm going to put before you. And that third option is the legislature can ask the governor to call us back into special session. That has to be agreed to by 2/3 of this body and 2/3 of the body down the hall. And this is the first step to ask the governor to call us into special session starting tomorrow so that the budget can continue to be deliberated and hopefully come to a solution rapidly. So with that, Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration, that the first reading be waived, and Senate Joint Resolution 248 be taken up for immediate consideration.
For purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise.
Mr. President, speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, having had the privilege of being here for a couple of years, nothing like my antique friend over here. Always this time of year, I think individuals start seeing shadows behind certain doors and trees as the anxiety builds to try to return to our normal civilian lives. And I am certainly aware of what I expect to happen on this motion. But I would say to you that we are a bicameral legislature, and sometimes we do act independently in an effort to move both bodies forward. The body has seen appropriate to reject on the 2/3 vote the motion to extend for 30 days, the motion to extend for a couple of days, and now there is a request to enter into a special session, which is the remaining option other than adjourning sine die. And let me make this perfectly clear. There is nothing on this side that we are attempting to undertake to obfuscate what is going on. There is nothing nefarious going on. There is nothing insidious going on. It requires a 2/3 vote of both bodies to request the governor to call a special session. And that is where we are. There is unequivocally, absolutely, no intention to adjourn sine die before Saturday. And the reason for that is very commonsensical. There are many, many conference reports that are outstanding, that are important, if not beneficial, to each and every member of this body. There would be no reason to try to shortcut that process and forestall the opportunity to get those conference committee reports completed. There are still matters that are on the calendar that need to be put into conference. And if, in fact, there were an effort to undertake some insidious parliamentary undertaking, we wouldn't even think about putting those bills in conference. So I say, Mr. President, I am mindful of the direction that we're moving, but one of the things that I have learned, the only venue that I have seen that is worse than the General Assembly building when it comes to rumor mongering is the Pocahontas building. And I just want to make it very clear that there should be no rumor mongering initiating out of this body as to what is going on. So if in fact there are those of you, for reasons best known to yourself, which I will respect, that you don't want to suspend the rules, then we will just continue to move in that procedural process until we can appropriately address it.
What purpose Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise?
Would the senator from James City County yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Mr. President, I rise based upon the reasonableness of the question.
Senator, you have the floor.
Well, I would preface the question by saying I think I'm always reasonable, but I would ask the gentleman if it's necessary to vote at this hour, or if this session wouldn't start till tomorrow, why we couldn't wait till later today, perhaps, to have a joint Senate statement on our views on this.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say if I woke up on the right side of the calendar today, it is Thursday. If we carry this over until tomorrow, we'll still find ourselves in a situation probably of having to suspend some rules, but we were intending to go ahead and advance this to the third reading, and then to take a recess to give everyone an opportunity to have a meaningful and reflective decision on it, hopefully based upon the representations that I have made to you.
I thank the gentleman.
Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Joint Resolution 248?
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Before we vote, the gentleman from Alexandria articulated something just spurred my thought process. Mr. President, this resolution is only the first step of the process. If and or when the Senate were to accept this resolution, it still has to go down the hall, has to be communicated to the clerk's office, and the other body would have to take it up. They have to go through the same procedures that they have in their body, and then they would have to accept it before it would go to the governor. So I want to remind the body that it is a more lengthy process than just us deciding.
Question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Joint Resolution? I'm sorry, we're on step one. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the Committee on Rules discharged, the first reading be waived, and Senate Joint Resolution 248 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended. The Committee on Rules is discharged. The first reading is waived, and SJR 248 will be taken up for immediate consideration.
Senate Joint Resolution number 248, applying to the governor to call a special session and establishing a schedule for the conduct of business coming before such special session.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that the SJR 248 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 248 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Joint Resolution 248 is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I'm going to move at this point that the Senate recess until 4:15? Till 4:15, Mr. President. This puts this it's now moved toward the third reading. We would have to suspend the rules again for it to go onto the third reading. We have to be here, remind the members, we have to be here at 4:30 as we're waiting communication on bills from the House. There are still a number of things that we have to either insist or recede on coming from House bills or Senate bills, and this will give the clerk's office the opportunity to go through and put those together, and you will have a supplemental calendar with those bills on your desk, hopefully when we return back at 4:15.
What purpose is Senator from James City County, Senator Norman?
Mr. President, making the appropriate motion to recess, but immediately upon recess, if the Senate Republican caucus would be so kind to retire to our normal prayer meeting room, because it appears we need some divine intervention.
Thank you, Senator.
Also, immediately upon adjournment, the Committee on Courts of Justice will meet at the chairman's desk.
Without objection, Senate will stand in recess until 4:15 p.m. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Madam Clerk.
We have a communication from the House.
Thank you, Mr. President.
City County.
I respectfully move we waive the reading of any communications received from the House delegates.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 6.
Ayes 31, no 6. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
McDougal.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we've had conversations while we were at the recess, and Mr. President, we've been asked to not suspend the rules to move this to third reading. So, Mr. President, inquiry of the clerk, procedurally, Senate Joint Resolution 248 was engrossed in advance to its third reading and will be on third reading tomorrow if we take no further action today.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, then I am not going to ask for further action to be taken today.
Thanks, Senator.
Starting on page 22, conferees on the part of the Senate on House Bill 337 is named by the Chair of Rules, Senator McDougal, or Senators McDougal, Norman, and Reeves. House Bill 371, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of Rules Committee, Senator McDougal, Senator Sturtevant, Donovan, and Dance. House Bill 454, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Newman, Senators Suderline, Newman, and Peterson. House Bill 769, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of Finance, Senators Norman and Hanger, or Senators Hanger, Norman, and Dance. House Bill 796, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Local Government, Senator Stanley, or Senators Distaff, Chase, and Favola. On House Bill 877, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, Senator Stewart, or Senators Stanley, Hanger, and Marsden. House Bill 934, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of Courts of Justice, Senator Obenshain, or Senators Donovan, Newman, and Barker. House Bill 986, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Courts of Justice, Senator Obenshain, or Senators Obenshain, Reeves, and Edwards. House Bill 999, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Wagner, or Senators McDougal, Stanley, and Dance. On House Bill 1086, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rules, Senator McDougal, or Senators Senator McDougal, Norman, and Reeves. Name change. House Bill 1262, conferees on part of the Senate is named by the Chair of General Laws and Technology, Senator Ruff, of Senators Distaff, Black, and Eben. House Bill 1324, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rules, Senator McDougal, or Senators McDougal, Norman, and Reeves. House Bill 1333, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Reeves, or Senators Donovan, Reeves, and Spruill. House Bill 1405, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Privileges and Elections, Senator Vogel, or Senators Edwards, Obenshain, and Cosgrove. On House Bill 1469, conferees on part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Courts of Justice, Senator Obenshain. I'm tired. Obenshain, Senators McDougal, Stewart, and Wexton. House Bill 1504, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Newman, or Senators Peake, Newman, and Howell. House Bill 1540, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rules, Senator McDougall, Senators McDougall, Norman, and Reeves. House Bill 1584, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Courts of Justice, Senator 1580. Senator Obenshain, McDougall, and Edwards. House Bill 1583, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Wagner, or Senators McDougall, Stanley, and Dance. House Joint Resolution 87, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of Rules, Senator McDougall, or Senators McDougall, Norman, and Reeves. House Joint Resolution 101, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rules, Senator McDougall, or Senators McDougall, Norman, and Reeves. House Joint Resolution 118, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rules, Senator McDougall, or Senators McDougall, Norman, and Reeves. And now the blue calendar. Supplemental calendar number 1 for Thursday, March the 8th, 2018. Unfinished business House Bill 181. The House has rejected the Senate substitute with amendments.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Believe me, I've been called worse.
Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our substitute and amendments and request a committee conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and amendments and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
House Bill 443. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, sometimes you can't win. I tried to take the clause off of her bill, and she rejected it. So I would move that we insist on the amendment and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
House Bill 1558. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I move we insist on our substitute and request a committee conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 8.
Ayes 30, noes 8.
On page 4, unfinished business Senate Bill 28 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we concur with the House substitute. And speaking to that motion, sir.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. If you'll remember, Senate Bill 28, which I sponsored with Senator Sturtevant, basically prohibits the use of state taxpayer money for what are called Category E painful experiments on dogs and cats that do not provide any relief. On the House side, what they want to do is fine-tune what funds would and could not be used. We also had adjusted it to make sure that our public institutions were not really affected. But what this does is it makes sure that no state funds are used or given to that doctor to conduct these kind of experiments. So it's a very good amendment and through the substitute, and so therefore I renew my motion that we concur with the House substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Senate Bill 153 is passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the House amendment. What this is the bill that has to do with the order in which independent candidates are set forth on the ballot. The Senate provided that the time for filing for the office, which is when is the order in which the independent candidates are on the ballot, is the time when they file for office. And that means when the petition signature pages with the requisite number of signatures are filed, and then the House added in the case of an office for which no petition is required, the time for filing for office means the time at which the candidate has filed has completed a statement of qualifications. So they just added a provision which makes sense, and so I again move that the Senate adopt the House amendment.
Thanks, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Senate Bill 991 is passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate reject the House amendment and request a committee of conference. What this is the issue concerning the bill to appoint and expand and extend the time for the Broadband Advisory Council. The dispute between the House and Senate is the number of senators and number of House members who are on this body. And so we need to put it in conference to deal with this. So with that, I recommend that we reject. I guess we're rejecting, aren't we? Reject the House amendment. And I move that we accept the House amendment with the recommendation we reject the amendment.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 2, noes 37.
Ayes 2, noes 37.
Senate Bill 371, the House insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, this is the bill that gives civil immunity to localities that have recreational facilities next to bodies of water and other places. And I move that the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 371 as named by the Chair of Local Government, Senator Stanley, or Senator Chafin, Cosgrove, and Marsden. Senate Bill 512, the House insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate accede to the request of a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Conferees on the part of the Senate and on Senate Bill 512 is named by the Chair of General Laws and Technology, Senator Ruff, or Senator Suderline, Newman, and Lucas. Senate Bill 556, the House insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to accede to the request of the committee of conference.
I thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 556 is named by the Chair of Privileges and Elections, Senator Vogel, or Senators Mason, Spruill, and Vogel. Senate Bill 796, the House insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that we accede to the request for a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 796 is named by the Chairman of Rules, Senator McDougall, or Senator Sturtevant, Donovan, and Pence. Dance, excuse me. Next year, there will be a course in penmanship. Senate Bill 877, the House insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to accede to the request for a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the senator accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 877 is named by the Chair of Transportation, Senator Carrico, or Senators DeStaff, Cosgrove, Wexton, and he gets an A for penmanship.
That's where we are at this point.
That's it? All right.
I need 8 seconds.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Inquiry of the clerk. Do we have any other communications from the House of Delegates regarding the outstanding issues?
No, sir.
Mr. President, further inquiry. How many bills do we have remaining that we need to possibly address this evening?
I think there's 7.
7? And, Madam Clerk, are we waiting communications from the House on those 7?
Yes, sir, and they are in recess.
Okay, I was coming to that, but Are they Senate, Madam Clerk, are they Senate bills?
3 of them are. 4. They're
Madam
4.
Clerk,
Sorry.
I'm sorry?
4.
4 of them are Senate bills and 3 would be otherwise. And do I understand they are in recess until 6 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, I would ask that we stand in recess until 5:20. And during the recess, I would ask those senators who have outstanding bills on the calendar to take a look at those and see how important they are to you, please.
Thank the senator. Without objection, Senate will stand in recess until 5:20.
From the inquiry of the clerk, would it be possible to read out the Senate bills and the Senate bill numbers and patrons that are outstanding in the House so that we could have a better understanding?
Yes, sir. It's page 5, Senate Bill 991. And that is Senator Edwards. On page 7, Senate Bill 149, Senator Edwards. Senate Bill 526, Senator Obenshain. Senate Bill 971, Senator Obenshain. And we have a change on Senate Bill 877, conferees. It is Senators DeSteff, Cosgrove, and Mason.
Good. All right. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Madam Clerk. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you will agree that to allow us to waive the communication from the House of Delegates, I will award you an ice cream cone.
I thank the senator. Question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. The reading of the communication is waived.
On page of the white calendar,
These bills have been acceded to.
conferees on the part, these have all been acceded to. Excuse me. Page 16. House Bill 3, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Newman, or Senators Donovan, Suderline, and Barker. House Bill 220 on page 17, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Local Government, Senator Stanley, or Senator Chafin, Marsden, Donovan. Page 17, House Bill 640, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of Local Government, Senator Stanley, or Senator Stanley, DeStepp, and McPike. House Bill 661, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of Courts of Justice, Senator Obenshain, Senators McDougal, Reeves, and Peake. Page 18, House Bill 709, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Local Government, Senator Stanley, or Senator Sturdivant, Favola, and Carrico. Page 18, House Bill 1125, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Newman, Senators Peake, Newman, Lucas. Page 18, House Bill 1297, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of Rules, Senator McDougal, Norman, and Reeves.
Go to the blue calendar, page 3.
Turn to the blue calendar, page 3. House Bill 345.
The House rejected the amendment.
The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
I ask that we accede to the request for a committee conference. Oh, sorry.
Insistent request?
Insistent request.
I'm sorry. I move that the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee conference.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
On page 4, page 7. The House, on Senate Bill 149, the House insists and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 10.
Ayes 27, noes 10.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 149 is appointed by the Chairman of Local Government, Senator Stanley, or Senator Sturdivant, Edwards, and Chase. Senate Bill 526. The House has insisted and requested a committee of conference.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we accede to the House request for a committee conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for the committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 526 is named by the Chairman of Courts of Justice, Senator Obenshain, or Senators Obenshain, Stanley, and Lucas. Senate Bill 971, the House has insisted and requested a committee of conference.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we accede to the House request for a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rules, Senator McDougal, of Senators Obenshain, McDougal, and Reeves.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, your opportunity to win a second ice cream cone. I respectfully move we waive the reading of any communications received from the House of Delegates.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
On the blue calendar, page 5.
On your blue calendar, page 5.
Senate Bill 991.
Senate Bill 991.
The House has insisted and requested a committee of conference.
The House has insisted and requested a committee of conference.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that we accede in the request for a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 991 is named by the Chair of Rules, Senator McDougal, or Senators McDougal, Reeves, and Edwards.
And just announce the conferees.
On House Bill 181, the House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of Courts, Senator Obenshain, or Senators Obenshain, Newman, and Peake.
Next on page 2.
On page 2, the House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference on House Bill 443. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of Education and Health, or Senators Carrico, Peake, and Lewis.
And finally, 1558.
And 1558, the House has acceded to the request for committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Wagner, or Senators Norman, Wagner, and Saslaw.
That leaves us with 345 on page 3. We're waiting to get a message from the House.
Mr. President. Okay. Oh. I'm too fast for the House.
Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats.
The House of Delegates has acceded to the request of the Senate for a committee of conference on the following House Bill 345.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended to allow the chairman of the Committee on Rules to appoint conferees.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended to allow the chairman to appoint conferees? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on House Bill 345 is named by the Chair of General Laws and Technology.
Chair of Rules.
Chair of Rules, Senator McDougall, or Senator Stewart, Lewis, and Chafin.
Senator from Bedford. Senator. Oh, okay.
We have announcements.
Clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Tomorrow, Friday, March 9th, the Republican caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 2. The Democratic caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 1. And this will be early.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
I rise for an announcement, kind of, but maybe to reinforce the clerk's admonition that it's going to be early. The clerk has certain activities planned tomorrow that begin promptly at 11-ish. We're going to have judicial elections at 10. So it's important for all of us to get to our respective caucuses, discuss what needs to be discussed so that we can be here and get the judicial elections done by 11-ish. Fair? Yes. Yes, it is.
In the morning. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Mr. President, if I could add one additional point to the senator from Rockingham's statement. In addition to the judicial elections tomorrow, after the paid ceremonies, we'll have conference reports to take up. If you have a conference report that is important to you, please work on it tonight or in the morning before that and have it to the clerk's desk. We're going to work collaboratively with our colleagues down the hall to try to do schedules, but my guess is those times will be very tight, and you have a greater likelihood of having your conference report taken up earlier tomorrow if it's to the clerk's desk earlier in the day. So get them done.
Get it done. Thanks, Senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just rise for a reminder and an announcement that we carried over the Senate Resolution 248, which is the request for a special session, and that will be taken up tomorrow. And hopefully we will be able to move that resolution along. Otherwise, we will be going into Saturday where there will be, without regard to anything we do, an adjournment sine die.
Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.